Hello and welcome to Opportunity Home San Antonio's regular board meeting. Please note that this meeting will be recorded in its entirety. I will now conduct Commissioner roll call. Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Vice Chair Gilbert Casillas.
Here.
Commissioner Delia Contreras. Here. Commissioner Estrellita Garcia Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Janet Garcia.
Present.
Commissioner Leela Powell.
Here.
Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr.
I'm here.
Additionally, we have an interpreter located at the back of the room should you need their assistance. The time is 1:06 p.m. You may call the meeting to order. Thank you.
Thank you. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. We have citizens to be heard.
Yes, we have 5 citizens signed up to speak. Before we begin, a few etiquette reminders. Now is the time for citizens to be heard. Citizens will be given up to 3 minutes to speak. Note, the board will not discuss the comments of speakers or respond to speakers during the citizens to be heard portion of the agenda. Our first speaker, Belle Galvan. All right, our next speaker is Jasmine.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Herrera. I'm a housing advocate working for the Coalition for Dignified Housing. Recently, a few weeks ago, mis compañeras and myself went door to door to the Alazan Pache community to meet with the residents about their notices to vacate letters and to inform them of their rights as renters and to hear them out about how they came about to their situation. Many of them could not be here today to offer public comment, so I'm here today to speak on their behalf. Based on some of those conversations with residents, I heard difficult life testimonies of breadwinners losing their income due to COVID and serious health conditions that led to hospitalization and multiple surgeries. For instance, there was a family whose daughter was shot recklessly by accident outside her home. The daughter was 12 years old. She had to get surgery twice, and because of being in and out of the hospital, the mother lost her job. In this case, the daughter and family are living with severe trauma and are still in need of support, time, and extended care. This is a family of 6. And rent is one of their many worries. My team and I have also encountered tenants who told us that they did their due diligence in reaching out to the leasing office and who called and emailed with no response from their case workers. One of the case workers in particular, who is a housing specialist, went 2 weeks without returning a call from a resident and left no voicemail. One of those families decided to move out and take the loss due to their failure to respond and provide the rent ledger that the family was requesting. Multiple families had never heard of or seen a rent ledger. How can we ensure that the caseworkers have the appropriate support and training needed to the families, don't have to pay a price and left without a stable and affordable home? Maybe caseworkers are overwhelmed with cases, but nonetheless, sometimes needs to be done to improve this process. We know that more families are better in standing due to this outreach and collaboration with Kayla Miranda and Opportunity Home. We will continue to offer our support in the community space at Rinconcito de Esperanza as needed. I just have one sentence. Please give residents more time and support to resolve their cases. 30 days is not enough. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Jeanette Rico. The next citizen is Kayla Miranda.
Hello, my name is Kayla Miranda. I'm a tenant at Alazan Apache Courts, and I'm the director of Coalition for Tenant Justice. Over the past 30 days, we have been doing outreach and door knocking, and Coalition for Dignified Housing was helping along with that. And they are the ones that had funds available to help residents either make a down payment on a payment arrangement or to pay down the smaller amounts. I have been doing check-ins, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of what I've already spoken to Opportunity Homes about. I just want to encourage everyone to allow us to continue to do that outreach and to just give us a little bit more time. Last night at our our Historic West Side Residents Association meeting, Justin Rodriguez, the county commissioner, was there, and he did commit to trying to get funds for these tenants, and we really do need that time because it's not going to come from NHSD. Unfortunately, when residents' rents are $10 or $20 or $100, they can only do 3 months, and that's not enough to cover this. The alternative to that is homelessness for a lot of these people. There are a lot of stories. There has been a lot of things that we have been able to correct through case management, and that case management needs to be done. I do also want to just acknowledge a couple of the consent items. Number 12, the Valero Field for Alazan. All the residents are really excited, and we can't wait for this to move forward. Also, number 18, the $1 million for the maintenance fund. Hopefully that's just the first funding opportunity that the city gives, because our maintenance fund is, our maintenance backlog is so high. I appreciate all of the help from staff. I appreciate all the help from the community and from the other residents that have volunteered and gone door knocking to their neighbors. It's really amazing to see people come together. Even at Riverside, a bunch of the tenants were all in one apartment waiting for me when I got there, and they're ready to start a resident council. So that's a really positive story. And it's that type of outreach that needs to be happening constantly. So thank you, and I hope the next round of notices to vacate will be on hold until this is remedied.
Our next speaker is Jacob Tucker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Tucker. I'm with Pueblo Over Profit, which is a grassroots organization fighting for housing as a human right. We're calling on this board to halt all eviction processes for tenants that have received notices to vacate. We did some outreach alongside Coalition for Tenant Justice, just briefly myself anyways. Probably talked to a total of 7 or 8 households, like tenant households. And what we learned were that there were some pretty serious issues with regard to how, I guess, different processes have played out. In some cases, people had filed adjustments for income, which never got acknowledged. In other cases, they filed adjustments for income in which they were filed late, and then so they had built up debts in those I don't know if they were filed late, but approved late, and so they had built up debts in that time that never got resolved based on their new income levels and so on, and they were never able to catch back up to those payments. The single property that I happened to do outreach at, it just seemed like there were numerous administrative issues with the property management at that property, and I don't know if this is like representative of other properties as well, but if it's at one, it can certainly be at others and so on. And as Kayla was basically saying, there needs to be kind of a really deep dive into the ledgers of all tenants and really, really looking into exactly what debts are legitimate and what debts are not. And then furthermore, we call on this board to seek funding from federal, state, local, any possible funding to completely erase these debts. We do know that any eviction for these tenants very likely can lead to homelessness for tenants and their families. And so these are the requests that we're making, because I mean it's of the utmost importance that we keep all these families housed. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I think that's about it. So please do take these into consideration and do everything you possibly can to keep all these tenants housed. It's obviously of the utmost importance to them and their families. Thank you.
That concludes our citizens to be heard.
Great, thank you. We'll move to item number 3, and it's heavy heart, but we're going to recognize Pastor Vincent Robinson and his service here at Opportunity Home. He has been, in his short time with us, though you made an impact, and it was important to each member of this board. And I can speak personally, at least. I appreciated your friendship, your counsel. I saw you work in the community in action, and I know that continues to be great things in our community specifically. So, on behalf of Opportunity Home, we have a plaque that we'll all come up here in a second, and it reads, "With our deepest appreciation, we hereby honor Vincent Robinson with this award in recognition of your visionary, guidance, exceptional leadership, and unwavering commitment during your tenure as member of the Opportunity Home San Antonio Board of Commissioners." So, thank you. I guess I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the family for sharing him with us, by the way, so appreciate to them.
I did want to say, in recognition of the work that you were doing, I want to note that I was in attendance one of the most moving calls to action that I had heard, and listening to value that you place and you call all of us to place on every soul
Okay, we'll move to public hearing. We have item number 4, public hearing regarding Resolution 6528, authorizing, no minutes. Wait, hold on a second, I just got checked. It's item number 6. Authorizing the issuance of the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue notes for Union Park Apartments in an amount not to exceed $22 million. This is to approve Resolution 24 LVPFC-0515, authorizing the issuance of the notes and other matters in connection therewith. Miranda Castro, I'm sorry, Director of Asset Management. Changed your last name, yeah.
Some big life news you want to share?
Yeah, sorry.
My current husband would be very upset about that. Yes, was there any questions that I could answer on that?
For the board, this is, we have to have a public hearing, so people that might have seen this in the committee, they have an opportunity now to come up and speak about it. If there are no public comments with regards to it, it doesn't require any action, it's just, this is the opportunity to check the box. It'll be the same with the next resolution as well.
And just to add that these were extensively discussed at the committee meeting.
Correct, right. So, with none, we'll move to item number 5, the Resolution 6529, authorizing the issuance of the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation tax-exempt multifamily housing revenue notes for Union Pines Apartments in an amount not to exceed $30 million. This is to approve Resolution 24 LVPFC-05-016, authorizing the issuance of those notes and other matters in connection therewith. Miranda's here to answer any questions or if there's anything with public comments. If none, we can move on. Okay?
Thank you.
Item number 6, we have minutes. We have approval of the May 1st regular board meeting minutes, approval of the May 8th special board meeting minutes, approval of the May 15th Finance Committee meeting minutes, and approval of the May 15th Operations and Real Estate Committee meeting minutes.
Make a motion to approve.
I second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. We have consent items, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, that are available. We did discuss these pretty extensively as well as during the committee meeting. So unless there's questions specific to any one item, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, at the request of the committee, we did pull the budget item and listed it as an individual item, so
Correct.
it's not in the consent agenda.
We notice, okay. Right. So, just want to make sure I've got the right thing. No, it's not reflective on mine, correct? So it is items 6 through, or 7 rather, through 16?
Correct. And
Okay.
then item 17 is the budget item.
Right, okay, yeah, I saw that, all right. So, I'll take a motion to approve.
I motion we approve item number 7 all the way through 16 on our consent items.
Second.
We have a first and a second to approve the consent items. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Consent items are approved. That's an individual item. Number 17, consideration approval regarding Resolution 6520, approving the consolidated operating and related capital budgets for Opportunity Home San Antonio and its affiliated nonprofit entities for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Diana Fiedler,
Hi.
Chief Financial Officer, you're up.
So I was just going to do the update that was requested, which was to provide an update on the federal funding that we were notified of. So if you want to bring that slide up. Okay. So you saw this last time. So the public housing subsidy, the notice did come in. So our funding increased from an 87% proration to almost a 99% proration, which was very good news. So it's going to bring in about another extra $1 million. So that should help with the operating losses that were planned. They did fund us back some retroactive money because this funding is calendar year. So in June, they funded us $2.5 million back to January. So all good news so far. Public Housing Capital Fund, no change there. We did get our notification. The funding will be $17 million, which was $600,000 better than last year. Section 8 admin fees, we did get that notification as well. Just a small caveat about admin fees and public housing prorations. Those are always communicated as interim until the year ends by HUD. So there's really no sort of guarantee. They don't change a lot during the year. Typically, they do not. So we can usually rely on this information. Section 8 admin fees are being funded at 91%. It is what we expected. It is down from the 2023 level, but the 2023 level was the outlier. They funded us at over 97% for 2023, and that was unusual. So that's sort of the best we can hope for, is that $12.4 million. And then for capital fund, HAP, I did tell you guys about this last time, of course, that this is really good news. We got an increase of over 8.5% and a 99.5% proration. So we got funding at $135.1 million, and we had planned for $132.5. So that $2.6 million will come in handy. It's a little bit of a buffer, I'm going to call that, for a little bit of breathing room. That's the update to the funding.
Based on these updates, are there any material changes to how we've looked at the current budget plans?
The material changes, well,
Like, now that we have all of these numbers together,
right,
is there anything changing?
No. The only thing that this does is if the strategies put in place to cut the public housing loss by $3.5 million, which is now $2.5 million, because we did get that extra $1 million, right? So which is now $2.5 million. If those plans don't work out, or, for some reason, then we do have that additional buffer in the Section 8 funding that would fill that gap up to that $17 million right? We would come back to you, of course, to ask for that authorization for that additional funds.
I just have a question following up on the Section 8 program and how HUD funds us for administration of vouchers or certificates, depending on how old you are, certain words get stuck in your head. But it does seem that while HUD would like to encourage PHAs to utilize the voucher to the fullest extent possible, that their policy of not increasing or fully reimbursing PHAs for administration acts against that. And I assume we have conversations with them about that. Is there anything that the board or that we can do to advocate as a community to allow us to have additional funding so that we can more fully utilize the program?
So as an MTW agency, we do have the flexibility of utilizing the HAP dollars for administrative. Of course, more traditional housing authorities do not, right? So we have the ability to move over those funds. Although there is $1 million budgeted in loss for administration for all of the Section 8 programs combined, they have not realized that loss in the past, including this fiscal year. They are very, very close to operating at net zero. So it hasn't impacted us as much as other housing authorities. But again, we have a lot of experience, right, with us, yes. Back to certificates.
Thank you.
Commissioner, just to add to Diana's comments, there was a time when we were funded more admin fee than what was needed, and we did accumulate it. Those were, I think, in the pre-MTW years, and there was some guidance about how those funds could be used. We do advocate through NARO and the industry groups for full funding. Of course, that decision is made by Congress, and HUD is just executing on what's been approved at the congressional level. And just to add to Diana's explanation, this year was a little unusual because we were on a continuing resolution until I think it was in March, it may have been April, that was ongoing since October. So we had less certainty about our funding than we normally would going into our budget cycle. Unfortunately, with some of the disagreements in Washington, it may be that we are going to face another continuing resolution this year. So we may have a similar situation for next year's budget. I just wanted to provide that background.
Thank you.
Any other questions? With none, I'll entertain a motion on item number 17.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor of passing Resolution 6520?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries.
Thank you.
That's your budget. Item 18, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6538 to enter into a contract with the City of San Antonio for general funds for maintenance up to $1 million. Brandy Pettis, Chief Real Estate and Development Officer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is our very first time that we've actually are going to enter into a contract with the City of San Antonio for this maintenance fund. There was a lot of work from the team last year to advocate for the $1 million to be budgeted within the city, and I am pleased to bring forward the contract to sign, to get y'all's approval to sign so we could go to the next steps, which would be City Council. And so this is what this for. It's for $1 million. It will be at the project that was identified as Cassiano, and the next item, Hector and George will be able to discuss what we're moving forward with at Cassiano. So I will entertain any questions.
You may not be able to answer this, maybe beyond the scope of what we can anticipate, but given that this is city funding, and we have multiple communities across multiple city council districts, was there any discussion as we were establishing this precedent, which is a wonderful precedent, and I'm really grateful to the city for recognizing, that our residents, our families, are their families. Is there any framework or consideration established for how ideally future funds will be spent, and whether other communities will benefit?
That's a great question. So this year when we were having conversations with the city, we looked at it, recognizing it was $1 million, we were trying to make impact, right? Anything that we do as an organization, as well as when we partner with the city, and we all see that with the bonds, is we're trying to see what is impactful and what can be happen at that time. And so we look at what's already kind of in our pipeline to see where we may have had shortfalls. They're really leaving it up to us, and I think in the presentation later on, we're going to have a slide about where we have spent our money before, and so that's something that we can use moving forward to kind of look at that. Again, we're wanting to say, and based off it this being the very first time and kind of having those conversations with the city, they said just give us one project, Brandy, and let's move forward, but knowing that we have the opportunity. But I think, again, we're trying to make big impacts. They're always looking at how does it impact the residents, and not to take the thunder away from Hector, we are going to do window replacements in a very old community, so that's just going to really help Cassiano. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Not necessary for now, but as we go into more of this, I think as a board member, we've always asked questions around how are we making prioritized decisions, especially around deferred maintenance. We know that, the deferred maintenance list keeps growing and growing, and federal subsidies and financial support across the country keeps shrinking and shrinking, so it's not keeping up with the need. So as these updates come up, like the window replacement, for example, knowing how this was juried against other issues to know how the team decided and made prioritization decisions will be helpful for us.
And I'll go into a little bit in the update later on, not the whole thing. I recognize that the board is asking for a lot more robust information on that, and believe me, the team goes through a lot. Part of that you'll also see in the 5-year plan when we go through the budget as well. So the presentation for the board priorities is talks about the past 5 years. The budget has the future 5 years, but we also know that we've talked about there are health and safety things that come up that have to take priority. But definitely we can also go in there. And I know Hector, as well as Joelle, Melissa, are also looking at and going to be working with Richard's team to how do we incorporate all of the kind of the needs, and then looking at it from an equity standpoint as well.
Thank you. That's helpful because I know we get asked questions, why this property over that property,
Mm-hmm.
why windows over, and so the more we know from an information and education standpoint, the better partner
Absolutely.
we can be.
Thank you.
Just to add a comment to that, which is not specifically necessarily directed at our team and our process, but that's really in sync with where I think the city is going with looking at overall coordination of all funding sources across multiple years, and almost thinking about what does it look like to have a pipeline of targeted projects that deliver the most benefit, and how to match those up with funding sources so that, for example, if you've already got federal funding in a project, so it already has lots of little sticky points and strings attached to it, let's make sure that we invest federal funding in that project, and that other projects that don't necessarily have those restrictions may benefit from different funding sources. So the fact that we're able to then step forward and say, this is what our pipeline looks like, I think that really helps us partner and collaborate more with other agencies, as just, kudos to the city and to Mark Carmona as the Chief Housing Officer, moving folks more into that kind of system approach to how we collaboratively work on projects.
Absolutely. Thank you for those comments.
No other comments. I'll entertain a motion for Resolution 6538.
I move that we approve Resolution 6538.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
There
you.
you go. Get your contract. Item number 19, consideration and approval regarding Resolution 6539, authorizing the award of a contract for window replacement at Cassiano Homes to Gerloff Company Incorporated for an amount not to exceed $5.793 million. Hector, you're up. I see George behind you too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm very pleased to bring this item to you for consideration and approval. This is for approval to enter into a contract with a general contractor for comprehensive window replacement at the Cassiano Homes Apartments. This project involves a particular type of window replacement that we've successfully utilized in the past a handful of times, which we refer to as a non-destructive window replacement. What's important there is that we have found an ability to replace windows without having to do any destructive tearing out of any materials inside the apartment or outside. And this method maintains the original waterproofing of the existing window frame. So what the contractors do is they approach the windows as it is, they cut out the glass frames from where they are in place, and it leaves the original frame intact, which has the original waterproofing also. So that does not get disturbed at all. Oftentimes in our apartments, we've encountered asbestos on interior materials, sometimes on the exterior. And so this does not bring that consideration into effect at all. So it's completely non-disturbed. And so an entire brand new window in its own existing frame will go into place. It is fastened into the existing window frame with fasteners. It is waterproofed. And then a layer of trim is installed inside and out, and that gets waterproofed. It gets an additional couple layers of waterproofing, and it means they don't have to go inside the apartments and make a big mess. If there's asbestos, they don't have to do it under containment and vacate the apartment. It allows the contractors to go very fast, be very productive, and at the end of the day, you have a brand new window, which will be R-rated. R value.
R-valued, all right. What kind of windows you putting
An
in?
R rating. It'll have a sound rating also, so there will be no heat or cool exchange. And so, in my experience, brand new windows on a building can make it look brand new. And so, they won't be experiencing a lot of loud noises. The windows will be easily operated. They'll be clear to see outside of, and it's very impactful. So as Brandy mentioned, the city of San Antonio brought us $1 million to do this project. We're also including a couple $1 million congressional earmark funds, and then we're matching funds, $3 million from the capital fund grant that we control. So it's very beneficial. And of course, what I'm most excited about, and the city's excited about, we're going to take this to City Council soon, and for approval. This is going to establish a very good, productive working relationship with the city. At the end of this project, we're going to have a beautiful project we can showcase with the city's investment into affordable housing in partnership with us. I believe I'm hoping it'll bring the city back to us with more funding, higher levels, more frequently, and we can really fortify that relationship with the city. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
As I'm looking at the picture of one of the buildings, so you were saying they're just going to go and take the entire frame out and put the whole new, or the window itself is coming out?
It involves cutting out the glass panels that are there.
Okay.
It leaves the frame.
The frame around
and a new
the
frame
border.
goes on top of it. Yes.
Okay.
So visually, it'll look like a whole brand new window. You won't see that original window frame because it'll get covered up.
So you'll have the window frame which does the insulation plus the new window frame that'll go over that.
Yes, and we've successfully done this at several properties, including Sahara Ramsey, Charles Andrews, which was stucco, which has made me nervous because a window on stucco means it's surface flush. We took a water pressure, high pressure water pressure, and we hit it for like 10 minutes on that window one time just to test it on stucco. Not a drop penetrated. So we know we've done this at other properties too, Castle Point, Sunshine Plaza, and we have been extremely happy with this method. It changed the way we do capital improvement projects.
Well, I'm happy that they're going to get some upgrade on this and make the building look a little bit better,
Yes.
until we can do more for them.
I have a question. So is there any specific guidelines that you guys have as far as because we know obviously violence is in our neighborhoods, and so is there any specific consideration of bulletproof glass, or do you guys have to have certain guidelines that you guys have to follow? This is the only brand you can buy, this is what you guys have to do with the money?
Well, the building code, thank you for the question. The building code dictates the minimum performance of windows in the energy code. The International Energy Conservation Code dictates the minimum performance of windows. I can tell you that for safety, and Domingo could probably back this up, there's safety glass as far as for bullets is extremely cost prohibitive, and I'm not aware of any product that you can buy from a manufacturer for this type of application exists.
And another question, if we have other severe, was this money just given for the usage of windows, or was that a choice by you guys? Because there's other probably severe problems in Castellano since they're so old, just like the courts, Alazan courts. So
there's a lot of needs there. Again, thank you for the question. A lot of needs there. So the first thing we did when we found out the money was coming our way from the city, Brandy asked me to perform a physical needs assessment at Castellano. We hired a professional engineering firm, actually the same firm that performed our last comprehensive agency-wide physical needs assessment. So they went out there, looked carefully at Castellano, they provided some recommendations, and we got with the city, Brandy and I, and Brandy made the command decision, let's do window replacement out there. It makes a lot of sense. It's highly impactful. It's a very beautiful product, and it made the most sense with the money that we had to do that particular scope of work. So we evaluated a bunch of different items that we could do. This made the most sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just clarify a couple points when you say highly impactful, not only from an aesthetic perspective, but also from an energy efficiency and from the quality of life of the resident in the unit, and also consistent across a number of units as opposed to assisting some units and not others?
If I may, I was present the very first time we applied this application inside the apartment with the tenant. And it was at the Sahara Ramsey Apartments. Outside his apartment was a gentleman on a bobcat grading dirt. And when we put the window in and finished it, we slid it closed and you couldn't hear the equipment outside his apartment. And the gentleman was almost in tears. He said he could see out his window again and he had quiet, nice and peace and quiet. Those things mean a lot. That's a direct impact on quality of life.
I also want to mention something just as a comment and not as a question, but you're welcome to respond. You mentioned asbestos a couple times. I just want to make sure that folks understand that undisturbed or encapsulated asbestos is not a health issue, that it's the I don't know how to say friable any other way, but that when that material is disturbed and it becomes a particulate that could be inhaled, then it becomes an issue. But that the process that you're undertaking does not in any way disturb if there is asbestos present, and that the presence of asbestos in these units is not in any condition that would present a health hazard.
That's correct. When you disturb materials containing asbestos, at a certain percentage, 2% or more, it becomes airborne, it becomes a health hazard. And in that case, we have to go with the state of Texas, their standards on how to protect the tenants, how to protect the workers, and how to properly abate under surveillance of an abatement engineer. And so this method allows us to bypass that. Now, we do have a contingency built in. The base bid was about 5.2 million. I asked for another 10% in case we have to do any of that. We have a little bit of funds, and we asked the contractor at time of bid for a unit price for that type of repair if we need it. But you're right, it allows us to be non-disturbed, and if it's not disturbed, it's not airborne, it's not a health hazard.
And in the case it was disturbed, do we have a plan, and what is the plan? In
Yes.
case, because that would there would be cost for the family to be moved to a different unit, like, you know.
Yes, we have
For the
environmental engineers under contract. They observe the situation. They give us an exact work plan on how to do it. That gets submitted to the state 10 days before the work is the law. Tenants are vacated for their own safety. We have air quality monitors set up during the work and after the work, and it's certified. All that paperwork goes to the state of Texas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What's the timing from start to finish?
The contractor bid 130 days, about 4.5 months. They have committed 2 different large crews working simultaneously on this. Because they're not having to disturb anything and repair anything, my experience is they're extremely productive, and this goes very fast.
Okay.
There are no more questions. I can turn over to George for the procurement.
Right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For this solicitation, we went out for bid on May 9th. We issued a request for proposals for window replacement at Casiano Homes, which closed on May 23rd. This RFP was published on multiple websites, directly solicited through 386 vendors, and at the end, 2 proposals were received. When we concluded our evaluation, one of the proposals was deemed non-responsive as they failed to provide their bid bond, which is required under HUD guidelines and state guidelines. The evaluation criteria included in this proposal was experience, project management, key personnel, window specifications and manufacturer warranty, cost proposal, and the strength of the contractor's Section 3 and SWIMBY utilization plans. On May 31st, 2024 of this year, a value engineering meeting was conducted to identify ways to reduce the overall cost of this project. And by this, after this meeting, the Construction Services Department concluded that an award is recommending an award to Gerloff Company as they have been qualified to perform the project and their costs have been deemed both fair and reasonable. The financial impact is the current award recommendation for this window replacement at Casiano Homes is not expected to exceed $5,793,547, and this includes a non-destructive window replacement at all residential buildings at Casiano Homes. Any questions?
No questions? I saw the SWIMBY points, so they're using this company will have SWIMBY qualified subs
Yes, sir.
associated? Okay, that's
Yes,
good.
sir. We actually, not only when the contractor is SWIMBY certified, but also when they're utilizing subcontractors and also providing opportunities for learning for our residents as well.
Okay.
We give them points for that as well.
Okay. If there are no questions, I'll entertain a motion on item number 19.
I move that we approve Resolution 6539.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
And item number 20, discussion and possible action regarding 5 priorities and other related topics. We have, let's see, one's in closed session, D, E, and F, there are really no updates, so I guess item B and item C. Is that?
A's gonna be enclosed.
A is enclosed, yeah. So correct? Is there a portion of A can? Okay, then A, B, and C. Brandy, you're up first.
This was the chart that I was referencing earlier on, and what we did with this, commissioners, is we took and looked at the past 5 capital projects and broke it out by council districts. So on the left-hand side, that's where we actually, for the past 5 years, had allocated funds to for improvements at our Beacon communities. I want to remind our board, we do not get any federal funding for Beacon communities. Most of the work is done through refinancing and going to a lender for a loan to rehab. So that is why you will see substantial differences between Beacon and in public housing for those types of rehab projects. So obviously, the financial situation was much different 5 years ago than what it is today, and we've talked about, the ability for us to go out and seek financing for some of our rehab is probably not ideal with interest rates where they're at. On the right-hand side, we broke it down to where our communities are at, where our Beacon communities are at in relation to the council districts. I know it's probably not as easy, and I should have put a percentage on there to look at, where kind of the money was being spent or the projects based off of the percentage of the Beacon communities. What I will tell you, commissioners, obviously we do have a majority of our units are in, for Beacon, are in 1, 2, and 6. And when we kind of allocated, you can kind of see that that's where they were the top 3. They were also the top 3 in the work that we were doing. So again, we also have the 5-year capital needs moving forward in the budget. So that's something, if need be, y'all could reference the budget for the next 5 years. We also wanted to look at it from the congressional district side, just because we know that Michael and his team have been doing a lot of outreach on potential funding. And so this is the first time that Beacon is actually going to have funding from a congressional district, and that is going to be allocated to Towering Oaks and Cortland Heights. So we're identifying some rehab projects for that specific request that went in. So same thing here, our presence, with the exception of 28, we have done work in all of the congressional districts the past 5 years. And so quick update on public housing. You can see that we did roughly.
Can I ask?
Yes.
I think we have 2 quick questions.
Before you go on.
I'm
to the
sorry.
next thing. Go ahead.
So I am curious as to the ability of Beacon communities to develop and hold and manage units outside the city of San Antonio. Where are we? Because I noticed there were units in Converse, and I think I just wasn't aware of that. Can you talk to me a little bit about where we're authorized to provide housing?
We are authorized. So we have one community in Converse, which is actually Converse Ranch 2. It's a mixed income community. It actually has public housing there as well. We, and Diana will probably have to chime in, I believe we purchased that property. No, we developed that property. Purchased it, yes. Yeah, we had purchased that property from Baki at the time to bring it into our portfolio. So the jurisdiction, normally we are within the city of San Antonio. If there are obviously pockets like Balcones Heights, Converse, that don't have anything, and so we do have rights within there. There's kind of the outside Bexar County line that Bexar County has jurisdiction, but because San Antonio sits kind of right there in the middle, we do have jurisdiction within the metropolitan areas.
And how is that? So I know, like thinking of PFCs, for example, there are 3 PFCs operating within Bexar County, correct? The cities through the Housing Trust.
So there's our
PFC.
There's the trust, there's Opportunity Home, and then there's Bexar County.
Bexar County.
So there is a there is guidance when it comes to Bexar County. They actually have to, and I am not the legal attorney, but there is some jurisdiction, and Doug may remember because I know we've had a lot of conversations about this, but there are some jurisdictions where really Bexar County has to have our permission in order to do any type of development, kind of with that. HUD has said we are the housing authority that has the rights within the city of San Antonio. So that's, Bexar County does have some places, but they have to get our permission first, but normally they're on the outskirts of that, kind of with the unincorporated San Antonio area.
And are we then allowed within the city limits and the ETJ? Does the ETJ have any? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You all have an equity team member lead. Do you all ever leverage that person to look at things like this and lift up observations and recommendations?
So that's a great question. We are actually when I believe, Commissioner, you asked this question last time, and that's what kind of triggered this. And so earlier when I was talking about how the team gets together to identify capital projects, we had previously had like a scorecard that, based off of age and when was the last time. We've actually now have had ongoing conversation to say what is the best model, and we had brought in and we're starting to engage Dr. Jenny Spriggs to help us with that. So that is something that we have our current process, but we recognize things have changed, and how do we change as an organization? So we are going to be looking at it through with the team to say how do we better do this through the equity lens as well as the capital needs, and then just ongoing situations that we had capital needs at our projects.
Is there another chart? Like, I love the idea of triangulating data, right? So you've got, what are the districts, number of communities, projected cost for capital improvement for Beacon? You've got where's the concentration of Beacon units by council district? Do you have another list like this that talks to need, like the number of I don't know what it would be, right? Maybe it's like deferred maintenance, like
we do.
What are the needs and how bad, so that you could see and then I think the last thing I'm thinking about is retroactively thinking about how were decisions made? Were decisions made because an elected official prioritized that and it was pushed from that? Were decisions made because money came with strings? Why did, I'm looking at this list and District 2 has a high need or has a high number of units, but not one of the top, so just like what are the lenses that you're looking at to lift up those inequities? And if we could, this is really helpful, but it doesn't tell me enough of this in comparison to the need.
Right.
So then we can ask the questions of like, why are we providing support where it's needed most? Are we supporting our most vulnerable communities? And if we're not, why? And then what could we do to better do that?
So I'll answer a couple of different ways. So this was the past 5 years, and for Beacon it's going to be slightly different, but I'll speak more towards the public housing side. We underwent a physical needs assessment, so you'll often hear us say P&A. So this goes back to basically 2019, and that the work that we did in 2019 was based off of a physical needs assessment, our P&A, from back in 2012. So it was outdated. We started engaging our contractor at the time. COVID hit, and so we did not have final numbers until about, I want to say we finalized the actual report in 2022. So this, really the work that's up here, we really didn't have that physical needs assessment to really say, here's where all of this, all the work is needed to be able to kind of, to your point, how are we determining that? That has been some of our starting point for the 5 years. So even though we now have the data and said, okay, here are some of those priorities, and they give it to us by property, and they prioritize from levels 1 to 6, with 6 being the highest, which are our health and safety. And you often hear us talk about health and safety are going to be those first items that we tackle. And so we started looking at that. Some of those items were minor and the operations could support. Some of them are going to be they're a lot larger, and then that's when we start looking at, okay, where can we, either for Beacon, do we have the ability to to take out a loan to do this? Does the operations support the work that's going to be done? For public housing, we're starting to say, what is our capital funds, and that's how we're allocating it. So For this, it was kind of outdated information based off of the physical needs assessment. We are starting to use, or we have looked at the results, but now we're already in 2024, so we know our 2022 data is probably already kind of stale. But that's where we started. We can definitely pull that information, and so we could highlight that in an upcoming board meeting to say this is what it kind of projected by different council districts, and this is what we're projecting or proposing to spend on our capital projects.
It makes me think about, and I know we don't do this in board meetings, but I find it really helpful, and this is like feedback my board has given me personally, so I just, I'm like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, we should do that. Starting with like, what is our mission, what is our vision, why do we exist, and what are our big top goals for this year? I mean, I know that we have like quality of life and dignity, dignified living conditions as part of one of the things that we care about. And this is directly connected to that, right? So I think it would be worth this board. I don't know, forgive me for my lack of remembering, but if we have not seen that 2022 physical needs assessment, that would be something that would be helpful for this board to look at. And a presentation on, here is what we've, our next 5-year plan, right? This is the data that we have looked at. This is the historical investment that we've seen. These are the most urgent things this is what we're saying yes to and why. This is what we're saying no to and why. And, also if there are other places that you're trying to tackle getting these funds, right? Like, board, we need your help because we're going to be talking to the city, we're going to be talking to the state or the federal government to advocate for some of these pieces, and that could even go into whatever our plan is. But I don't have this knowledge, and I know we haven't talked about this in a while, pandemic and all of that, but I think that would be really helpful.
Absolutely.
Especially it's so tied to one of our core commitments as an organization.
Absolutely. We can definitely get you that information and have those conversations. And I think the other question you asked about is elected officials. I think oftentimes we know sometimes, and we see it, some of our larger properties get more attention. And so that's where, through kind of the physical needs assessments, talking with our maintenance supervisors out there, talking with Hector's team, they're also boots on the ground and kind of see what's needed. That's why it's not a one-person show to say this is where we're spending. It's a group, and we come together. We try, and this also will help us to say, you also, elected official, you have this project or this community in your district. You may not really know because it's a 24-unit, don't really hear, it's quiet. So it's going to give us an ability to really have kind of redirect. We know that there are going to be some that say, I only want to spend it at this community, and then that's where the team has to say, okay, where can we adjust? Where can we identify some projects that we can do to be, we hate turning down money, and there's always needs, even though they may not have been on our high priority list, there's always needs. And so that's where we, again, it's being transparent, having open conversations and trying to redirect, but we also understand sometimes it's harder to redirect if someone says, I want this is the community where I want the money to go to.
This has really sparked a lot of thought about other major planning processes and growth processes that are going on. The city has the SA Tomorrow plan, VIA has a 2040 plan, and there's a significant amount of discussion about, is there a match between the planned growth and the infrastructure, and the notion that affordable housing is a piece of the infrastructure that should be available as the city plans growth. I know what often happens is that providers of affordable housing are asked on the back end, well, if we're going to fund you for this project, you need to show that it has transit access or that it's adjacent to a grocery store. And that's a very significant burden on the providers of affordable housing. It seems like this is a way of kind of turning that conversation around and saying, we have a long-range plan, let's integrate that with the work that you're doing so that you are aware of what the support we need to keep the number of affordable units in balance, and also addresses some districts where people say, well, this isn't a concern to us, we don't have any affordable housing in our district. Well, but you do have growth in your district that's creating low-wage jobs or lower-wage jobs. Yeah.
And this is just the rehabs. I mean, we have new development conversations as well. So, and that is also one of the things that the team is looking at when we talk about new developments, is where are we placing these and what is the true need for the community, and those conversations, Commissioner. So public housing, this is, again, it's just the same breakdown. most of the projects for the past 5 years, obviously, were due through the capital fund that we received through the federal government. You will also see that we kind of just used our district-wide, which is our scattered sites. We have about 69 homes scattered throughout San Antonio. And so we, instead of trying to put the one-offs in each district, we just kind of did it as its own category. Again, you'll see, obviously, District 1 does have the largest number of public housing units. I'm sorry, not District 5 and then District 1. And both of those, obviously, District 5 has some of the largest. They have Casiano and Alazan, and so those are some of our biggest project or communities. And so you'll see also where the funds are spent. And again, it's the same conversation that we have with elected officials as well about the needs. But again, we know that there are a lot of communities that seem to be on the radar of some of our elected officials. And then again, we broke it down by council district.
Yeah, and it's even helpful if when you have that other data point on need, it's helpful to justify as well if there's ever there's more units here and there's more, but you're spending less money and more money in this place. Well, that's because there are older units, they have more health issues, right? So on both sides, it helps you defend why you might be making decisions that on paper look inequitable, right? It's not
Correct.
equal, but it's equitable because,
Yes.
so that other data point will help for that.
Yes, thank you for that. So there are no updates there. And then there is a quick update on, and this is just the ongoing updates for our outstanding balances. So we have an update for Beacon as of June. You can still see we are tracking the original 210 families that we had reported out to the board. You can see that, there are some families going through the eviction process. Some have elected to move out. I think the number that I really want to highlight is that we do still have 35 active repayment agreements, and 67 of our families have paid their balances in full. So that's really, the work that the team has done and the communication has really helped drive those numbers up.
It would be helpful at some point to know, hearing public comment and hearing folks out in the community. I would never, say Opportunity Home is perfect, right? You're going to go through a process like this and find gaps and opportunities even within our own. So I would love to learn what we've learned in terms of, there were this many that went out and shouldn't have. The system was incorrect. What have we learned about our efficiencies, of the breaks in our own policy or processes, and what are we doing to get better based on those learnings? And then I'm assuming folks that came to speak at public comment that we are following up with them to ensure that they know, there's a process, and following up if they said, hey, at this community, they're calling and they're reaching out and they're not getting someone, and it's been 2 weeks, that we know of that so that we can look into it. Because it's always, it's really tough when you think about, it is not fiscally possible. We'd love to give everyone free housing, but that's just not how the federal government works, right? So it's we're trying to do the best we can with the funds that we have and be compassionate and supportive to families who are going through a rough time. We know that when you put a notice to vacate note on a door, if our system created the error, we have put the burden on proving it to the families, right? They have to find if they can make the phone call, if they have a phone to make the phone call, if they can get off work to make the business hours, if they have the confidence to get in there and talk to someone, if language isn't a barrier, if mobility isn't a barrier. We have put the burden of arguing their case on them. So I do think it's important for us to have a step back and look, hey, here's what we learned, here's what was broken about Opportunity Homes policies, processes. I think there was also another issue on how we were able to leverage or not technology to have accurate data, right? So all those things will be helpful as a post for us to know what did we learn and what are we doing about it. Because the reality is we are putting the burden on families. If there is someone who fell prey to an error on our side, they're the ones having to, come to us and figure it out.
Brandy,
Yes, sir.
72 households are in active eviction right now, going to eviction court?
Not
Eviction's
necessarily
been
through,
filed, or is it-
they're still going through the notice to vacate, so there's different steps of that. So there's only, and we could because in eviction is really the entire process.
Right.
And so we can definitely break that out to see where we've, if we actually had to gone through the judgment and the writ.
Okay.
I will tell you there have been maybe a couple in the Beacon communities that we've actually had to go all the way through the writs, and those were unfortunately balances probably closer to $30,000.
I would like to see that change to NTV, the ones that are just notice to vacate, and then if anybody's actually going into eviction to where they're
We
going
can
to go to
definitely break
court,
out that information.
we can have those numbers, because to me that looks like, and if that gets out to people, especially people from Alazan, that they're like,
This
we're
is
throwing
Beacon,
out
so this
7.
one is the Beacon one right
Okay.
now. But yes, we can definitely break that out because we do track it. To answer, just not going into great detail for this meeting, but with the Beacon, we have been doing this since last July. That's when we started, and we have learned some of where our processes need to be improved. And what we do is actually no notice to vacate actually gets in a residence notice to a resident until it actually gets Melissa's approval. So we actually have it all the way up through the director, and that was a change from years ago. And we look at tenant ledgers. We try to make sure that what we have told our team that they had to do, that they are doing those steps that require all of the outreach, making sure a thorough review of the tenant ledgers are done. So there's a whole bunch of steps that really we don't capture on these documents.
And that's on the Beacon side.
This is on the Beacon
Okay.
side.
I'll wait till
And
we get to public
we've
housing
adopted
to
a
ask.
lot of that same process on the public housing side as well.
I'll wait till we get to public housing
Sure.
to ask my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
We've been following a process in Beacon for how long?
Almost a year.
A year. Okay.
And I just want to remind, the board, Beacon is a different portfolio. It is not, though we do have some income-based communities, it is one would consider market units, even though we are well below market rate rents.
Brandy, I had a question. So, did we do any evaluation? Did we find any errors, and were those errors reprimanded? Did we fix anything?
I will tell you, when Melissa and her team go through these, she will kick them back, and we ask a lot of questions. I also, too, get more involved than probably what I should, and I ask a lot of questions. Though I do not sign the notices to vacate, Melissa does. And there are cases where we have seen a balance, but it may be that they were a housing choice voucher family. And so we're making sure, did we do what we needed to get, did we get all the necessary funds from our housing choice voucher resident? So there is a constant. And so, yes, she has told me, Brandy, I have rejected. I didn't see that the staff, offered the repayment agreement. So I'm not going to sign this notice to vacate. And so that's where some of the delays are, because we are doing a very thorough process. And so we do make those. And then there have been a very small situations where some of our Beacon communities do have public housing, where a resident has said, I came in, I submitted a document, and our staff are human, and it didn't get processed, but we make up and we say, you know what, thank you for doing that. You have the documentation, and we reprocess it, and then, whatever adjustments need to be done, they're done.
So then the balance of, like, for example, for a tenant that comes in and there was a delay because maybe the person is overwhelmed or has too many tenants.
It goes back retro.
So it's okay.
Absolutely. So just the way policies are worked, especially on income-based, if they submit a change of income, say on the 15th of the month, it takes effective the 1st of the following month. But if staff doesn't get to it within that 2 weeks, and they don't get to it until the 15th of that next month, it still makes it retro back to the 1st of the month.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
When we have a unit that ends up becoming available to a waitlist family, what is our goal to turn around that unit and get a family off wait list into a unit that's opened up?
So with Beacon, there's only a few communities that have wait lists, and those are our tax credit communities, as well as our project-based rental assistance. So there's only a handful. So they don't come from that wait list. Those numbers that we report out, those are not impacted. We don't pull families for that, for Beacon communities. But our goal is our staff should be walking those units within 3 business days, closing them out, figuring out what needs to happen when we talk about make-readies. Either we try to do them in-house if we have staff capacity, or we have to outsource them. The goal is to try to get make-readies done within 5 to 7, depending on the conditions. We do see that it can take a little bit longer, but in the meantime, our leasing agent should have a funnel of residents to come in. I will say, because we have, the market's nationwide, even in the city, the occupancies are around 87%. So we're having to deal with those challenges, which astonishes us. But so we do have low occupancy, and so we're still trying to turn a lot of those units and get residents. But we do require our managers that are below a certain occupancy. They actually are at our Housing Choice Voucher Fairs, and they are trying to market to our HCV participants to get them to go to Beacon, because one, we still have really affordable rents, and so they and Melissa tasked them to come up with different marketing strategies as well, because we should be marketing, especially when we don't have wait lists. So for public housing, this one is going to be a little bit more detailed. And again, this is the process that we started, and I think the board, we were focused on the 625, which we're going to call our cohort 1. And so we have broken it down on where, as of June 3rd, where these families are at in the process. And so I know, Commissioner Casillas, you said you were going to have some questions regarding this data.
So those move-outs, they moved out on their own?
That is correct.
Okay. I guess they didn't want to pay the rent, or...
It could be a variety of reasons. It also could be when we've gone to the units, they had previously been vacated even before we gave the notices to vacate. We tend to see that sometimes.
Okay. We keep hearing when these people come in for citizens to be heard about that they lost their jobs and they couldn't pay the rent and all this. I mean, do they not know that if they lost their job, they have no income, that their rent is reduced incredibly? I mean, why would they have such a high balance? Or if they were out of a job, and this is going back to COVID, and so, I mean, have these things been looked into by property staff? I mean, do they look back at the ledgers each month and find out what's going on, who owes, knocking on doors, collecting rents? Because, I mean, to have so many people that haven't paid, and it seems like somebody's not doing their work.
So
go ahead.
Those are great questions. Again, I'm not going to speak to kind of individual residents' statements. I will tell you the process that we have had for years, and even especially during COVID, all of our communication, and we even did a big campaign about individuals impacted by COVID that we knew may have lost their job. Please come into the office. It was a very unique time, and I'm not going to take away from our staff nor our residents. Many of us were afraid to leave our units, so there was a variety of things that maybe prompted them not to go into, because we were still paper. I mean, that's our program. It is paper-based. You have to go have a conversation. But what we did during COVID is that we did send out through numerous communications outside of what is in their lease. When you come to a property, we tell you your portion of rent is based off your income. Your recertification is based off of income. We always encourage our staff, remind our residents if there's any situation, their situation has changed, so please come report it. We did a lot of that communication when we were out there trying to make outreach, when we started seeing our residents and hearing. I mean, a lot of our residents will talk to us, and we know, and we said, you know what, you've lost your job, let's get you in, let's get all the documentation, let's recalculate your rent. There's still a variety of things that happen that maybe prevented someone to come in. But I had some conversations with Joelle, after the last meeting, and said, is this thing, or are we looking, Commissioner Contreras said, are we looking, if there was a particular property, did we figure out, was there a staff member that, didn't get it or was delayed? What assistance did we get? So we are monitoring that. There were some adjustments. Again, I've heard maybe about a handful between both programs that we found that maybe the paperwork was misplaced and not calculated. But what we did as an organization and what we're required to do is we processed it and we went back and made those adjustments for those families based off of the day that we showed that we received that information.
There's another comment that was made that I've always had an issue with, and you and I, when I was before I was on the board, have had conversations about this. That staff is not attentive on the properties, or they're not there for the residents, or residents call, or the phones are not answered, or you can't get through, or you go to the office and the doors are closed, or nobody's there, or they may listen to you, but nothing's done. And that is an issue. I know it is because I've had that happen to me. I am saying this as a resident, that our property staff needs to be more attentive to our residents. That's why they're there. That's why they're getting paid to be there, to be attentive to the properties and to the residents and take care of the issues that we have on the properties. And, it just keeps happening. And I mean, this is years back. I mean, back when I was at
Parkview
and at
Victoria
Plaza. So it happened, and it's an ongoing thing, and I see it. Residents come to me to talk to me. I say, go to the office, talk to the manager. I said, because all I'm going to do is repeat to them what you tell me and let them know that residents are complaining about this. And they go, well, we go to the office and they don't pay attention to us, or they don't do nothing about it. And it's an ongoing issue, and it shouldn't be an issue, because that's why the property staff is there. They are there to serve the communities.
And I hear you, Commissioner. And again, speaking on behalf of the team and the work that they do, I know they get swamped. They do. And I think sometimes, and I've been out at the properties, I sit out at the properties to better understand, because I'm the same way, like what's going on. But while sometimes our residents say they're not listening to me and they haven't done anything, it depends on the situation. I've told, and I will continue to tell you, I can't talk to you about another resident. And so though their appearance may seem like the staff is not addressing those concerns, because it's not always about rent, right? It's about, I'm having concerns with my neighbor in this. Our staff cannot disclose what is going on. And there is a process that we have to go through. And it is a lengthy process, and there are other things that we have to work through. And so we recognize that, living in a small community and maybe seeing that same resident you've had some interactions with as not the interactions that you want, that it appears that the staff isn't doing anything. It does take time. And so I just want I want you to know as a commissioner, and I know you and I have had lots of conversations about this in the past, and I've also, told you all of the things that we have to go through, that it can appear. And I get that, and I understand that. And so sometimes it can be frustrating. When it does come to the staff, just like with any staffing, we have staffing challenges, and sometimes the office has to maybe shut down because we don't have a staff member to man the office because they're over at another community. We have staff that go out on vacation, spend time with their family. We do have illnesses that come up. Again, I don't want to make the excuse as to why, but these are challenges that just as a business we are working through every single day. Our staff also had the same impact with COVID, and their fears of being away from their families and coming, being exposed. So there was a lot of things that we've all learned through that experience. I think it has made us a better organization when it comes to, compassion, and I have really seen our movement with that. But are there opportunities to do better? Absolutely. I mean, we all have the opportunity to do better. It's just where can we spend that time to do it?
And the reason why I bring it up is because it was brought up once again, and it's been brought up several times to this body. And like I say, I've experienced it personally, and and so that's why I bring it up. And
I appreciate it.
We need to try to get better on serving our residents.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I have a clarifying. Oh, sorry.
I have a question to follow up. As serving and hearing my other commissioners talk about our mission and our vision, it makes me realize that looking at it from an equity perspective, it's start off by fixing the phones, right? Answering that because I've tried 4 or 5 times to connect to see if we've improved, and I haven't been picked up, like, to just get. And then at House of Neighborly Service, I serve our seniors population, and I've been bombarded with seniors that have come to our office, and it's like, well, they're telling me that in order for me to pick an apartment, I have to pick my property online, and they couldn't help me. So it's just things that are like, okay, well, why are we not attending to these things? And why are they being turned away if they don't have access to a computer? They don't even know how to navigate the internet, and so it brings problems, right? And I take my time to assess, to help, but it's like it's giving me a different impression. Like, why are we not providing the assistance to an elderly that has come out of their way, no transportation and whatnot? And it's like, okay, so then why are we not? Could this had been taken care of with just a phone call? Like the accessibility of it, right? And so I think if we really want to serve our mission and our vision, we should all start by fixing our phone system.
Yeah.
You know, that or updates, because I get a lot of those senior citizens all week. I probably see over 68 seniors, and they're like, hey, well, I don't know where I'm at. I've already gone several times to the main office. And it's like, wow, it's impactful. So I think we need to improve as a whole, and how can we fix it to be able to be a better service of customer service, right?
Absolutely. And so I know, Commissioner, I think it was either last board meeting or the meeting before, we did talk about kind of our upgrades to our phone system, which really mostly impacts our housing choice voucher families, because the properties, they have direct lines that don't have the call volumes that our housing choice voucher. So there are 2 different programs, and we recognize that the staff is working that. We're constantly, trying to challenge, how do we be more innovative? How do we make sure that we are not leaving out our seniors, right? Do all of them know to go online? And I was at an appointment today, and someone said, I had to take this person because they said, I don't do anything online. And so we recognize that. We're, constantly challenging. I think that there is definitely opportunity to better communicate where resources we have. And again, everything has an opportunity to do better. And not defending the staff, but oftentimes if they're with a resident, we've always said it's the resident in front of you versus the resident that's calling. And so sometimes, they're making choices. I want to make sure that I'm addressing, Ms. Garcia's needs. The person on the phone, they need to wait. So we're trying to definitely do better. There's always opportunity. There's definitely room for improvement, and the staff hears, and they know that we're constantly challenging them every day.
Yes, because if there's a staff problem, there's partnering agencies like Senior Planet that would love to help our seniors. And all it takes, they will come and do the training, because we've had those trainings out in our community in the West Side. And it's like they will tackle these challenges to alleviate the staffing issue, right? And just maybe it's just a simple connection of us just connecting with people that are already doing these things for our seniors, because the digital divide hits us really hard, especially in our communities.
It does.
And so, but thank you.
And I think I know we were doing a lot of work about especially with our seniors and the digital divide. And so I think, I know Joel's listening. He knows where he has some opportunities with, his team, maybe doing some more connection and more peer-to-peer on when it comes to, understanding the world of technology. So that can be very scary.
Yes, because it brings me concern. Are we really being equitable, or are we really serving, or are we really saying we are who we are? And that's
Understand.
a concern. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Did you say that the phone upgrades that we're making are only for a certain thing?
So it's for it's our phone system, but most of what y'all hear about the phone, the logs, it's focused more on the housing choice voucher side, not necessarily at the property side. They have their own phone numbers, but it is like when you call in that main number, that's what we're revamping.
I've tried doing that, so I'm like, I hear it.
It's going through the tree. We understand the phone tree.
I think that's such a major, since day one of serving on this board, that has been what is it? I'm on year 3 now, almost 4. Like, that has been a reoccurring issue, and I just, there has to be a solve, right? It can't be something that we keep hearing. So I would love to hear how this phone upgrade is going. I don't know if it has things like, as much as I hate this, when we call Southwest or American Airlines, they'll tell you have a 15-minute wait. You can leave your number and we'll call you back, and they always do. And we can track, are people getting called back? What are the different things? So if there's a way to leverage technology and actually not have to ask about it again, but say, hey, we're bringing you some changes that we're making. Here's what we're learning on the phone system issue. It is a prevalent and pervasive concern that hasn't stopped coming. Can you share what the informal hearing is?
Absolutely. So Joanna will be pleased to have an update for you in the upcoming, because we are doing work around that, and it will have that feature because apparently that's what everybody loves. Informal hearing. So as a public housing resident, when any action, they are, if we give a lease violation, a notice to vacate, they have within 10 days to submit what we call an informal hearing. And they actually go in front of it's an informal hearing officer as well as someone that represents the organization. And then they can bring in their documentation and their advocate, and they could speak to why they don't think that the lease violation or the notice to vacate is a valid one. So we actually schedule those hearings. They happen usually once or twice a week, depending on how many we have. And it's in both programs, so you'll, not just in public housing, but in Section 8. So any adverse actions, they have the ability to have an informal hearing.
So it's possible some of those informal hearings, if it's on our side, could be in. I was looking at the number of NTVs not issued. Those are situations where we might have seen a glitch or something on our side.
It can get overturned, and then the notice to vacate is basically rescinded.
Yeah, that's not issued. Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Some of those that were not issued relate to a review of the files, because every file was reviewed before
yeah, I
we
remember.
issued the NTVs. So it may have been that a property manager found errors or some reason that it was not appropriate to issue the NTV.
I attended the Historic West Side Resident Association meeting last night, and that was a big part of, what they had said. Hey, there's always errors. I don't know. While I don't subscribe to always, I certainly think, but sometimes it does encumber upon them telling us. So that's the challenge, right? And how do we get to them too? So how do we go back out to them and say, okay, let's figure this out? So I know it's our challenge as well, but. I'm grateful that it's this number versus a much larger number that it could be. So that was good. So
Is the informal hearing a new thing we're doing?
No, it's always it's a HUD requirement.
Okay. As you all, at whatever point it makes sense, whether it's August or I know we're going into like summer weeks where there's breaks in board meetings, I would love to see data on like how many informal hearings did we hold, and what were how many of them were.
what was the outcome? Yeah.
Yeah, what was the outcome? If you could just slice that data so that we know. I think it'll be really important from this process to have a step back after, we've gone through a couple of months and say, what have we learned? What has it told us about the organization? What are we changing? And some of this data will be helpful to look at.
Can you help me understand, just looking at these numbers, it looks like about 2/3 of the households that received an NTV we're in some form of communication with them, or they have terminated their relationship with us, or we are moving forward with some course of action. The category that I have a little, that I don't quite understand is the no payment made category. So is that a category that we've been unable to get in contact with? Is that category duplicate any other categories like the or any of the other categories, I guess? Or is that so has there been contact with that 211? It's about 1/3 of the families.
There is the staff was directed to, they needed to get into contact with those. So those no payments, those residents were made aware. They have not made any efforts to make a payment to date.
And also our partners are trying to outreach to those 211 families as well. So we're continuing the outreach. I know Joelle has the assistant directors and managers focused on those 211. So we're trying to reach those individuals.
And then some of the ones that say payment pending, they have, the 12, they said that they were going to be making some type of payment.
Okay. For my personal clarification, could you tell me what communication and contact what constitutes that? Is that just a letter that was sent out? Is it actually speaking to the individual? What is that? How do you define that?
So there's multiple ways we're communicating. So there's letters. Obviously, the notice to vacate is a formal letter. There is door knocking. There's email. There's phone. So whatever form of communication, if the resident doesn't have an email, we can't do that. But what the staff has been told, if you know how to get a hold of them, go knock on their doors. Try calling. Try sending an email. So all of that is what is required in order, and they have to check that off and notate when they actually made contact or was unable to make contact before we even approve those notices to vacate to go out.
For me, I think it would be helpful to understand these numbers a little better if I could see the communication attempts and what the outcomes of those, to kind of estimate the success or lack thereof of our ability to have these conversations or even talk to any of these 211 folks that are no payment made. It just to kind of get a grasp of where we are with those individuals.
Absolutely. And I also want to reiterate too, it's not just the property staff. We also have our resident services team. So the different case managers, they're also trying to intervene as well, because we find sometimes property management, sometimes they're the lease enforcers. So I may not necessarily answer the door to them, but my case manager who has helped connect me, I'm more willing to open the door. And so we try to make sure that they're engaging as well. So it's multiple team efforts to get in contact with these families.
Thank you.
Two things. Number one, we are not currently evicting anybody right now.
That is correct. We are still working through the process.
Okay, thank you. Number two, I would like to ask for a list of how many vacant units we have in public housing and how long they've been vacant.
We're at 96% occupancy in public housing, and we're still holding in that range. It's dipped a little bit because of the people that have moved out voluntarily, and we're in the process of trying to get those units refilled, but we're still at 96%.
But if I can, how many units and how long they've been
Absolutely.
vacant?
We have that data.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd just like to request, I love this weekly update. Thank you so much. This is great information. I'd just like to be able to figure out which totals add up to 625, because these numbers add up to more than, I'm not sure where the subtotals are and
Okay.
which numbers
We'll
are parts of other categories.
We'll make sure we
That's great.
better
Thank you.
identify that for you. Absolutely. And so I know Commissioner Casillas, you asked whether or not we are actually going through the eviction process. We do know that we issued the notices to vacate for the 625 families, minus the few that we did not. But what we also heard is from the board is let's look at what a new plan would look like. We want to prioritize balances over 3,000, balances that are over a year. We definitely heard the quality control in the data, and then consideration for policy updates. And so I just wanted to highlight some of the work that the team is doing. We recognize the notices to vacate are out there. We have Joel and his team, we've communicated, we're still prioritizing each step because what we want to make sure is, even though the notices to vacate, if the residents, we're still giving them every opportunity to come have a conversation with us. And we're still working with a number of partners within the community that are trying to help clear some of these balances. And we just want to make sure that as an organization that we are doing our due diligence before we actually go file at a JP court. So, again, we did talk about before, this is the recommendation that these were a 5-tier approach. We did issue anybody at the time that were over a year old, we did issue those NTVs, but what we are trying to do is maybe set up new cohorts and then have the staff focus on and prioritizing. Maybe it is the higher balances and the families that are not being responsive, that those would be the ones that we start moving to the next step. So just as the board is aware, just because we have issued the notices to vacate, but does not necessarily mean that we have to go file with the JP court. We can still work through our process as we are communicating with the board and as well as the staff is working with our residents. so we talked a lot. I'm going through the staff efforts, and so I know there was a lot of conversations on what does that communication look like. And so we say it has to be at least 3 times: door knocking, phone calls, emails, texts, and regular snail mail, because that still does exist. And so all of those things have to be tracked by our staff, and before we even move forward with any action when it comes to a potential notice to vacate. Our staff has been meeting with families and verifying balances and processing changes of income. We continue to your question, Commissioner Casillas, is how do they know? We're constantly telling them if there is something out there, if there's any other ways that we can try to say, just a friendly reminder, changes of income, your income has been impacted, let us know, we'll recalculate your rent. And then, of course, we've talked a lot about our repayment agreement efforts as well. And, we are, reporting that residents are entering into those what we call RPAs, and that many of them are very successful in making those payments. We talked about the multiple partnerships that we have. The City of San Antonio has been huge in working with us as well as our families to find ways to assist the families through different types of relief. We know that rental relief is limited, and so some of the families, it may be relocation assistance versus rental relief. But we know that we're still engaging multiple partners to try to see how if there's ways to help solve some of these, because again, we know that our goal, we are housers by nature. It's not that we're doing this, but we also recognize we have to be fiscally responsible. So, and then of course, we're also coordinating with the Homeless Service Department. Again, just highlighting some of our partnerships and the work that we're doing. And so it's not just outside partners, but as I mentioned, our resident service coordinators are out there, boots on the ground, really trying to make those connections. And they have really good connections. They know sometimes to be able to coordinate with the families. Maybe there's a church that could provide assistance. And so they're really trying to make those direct contacts and really so the families know that we're in this with them, we understand, and what we can do to try to help solve some of these outstanding balances.
To Commissioner Garcia's comment about elderly families, I'm sure we can look at the data and say these are the number of folks on our list that are considered elderly. And do we have, I'm looking at Joel, if there's particular partners or supports. To your point, maybe this might be a good just like leverage Commissioner Garcia as a thought partner, and who else, what other relationships or partnerships can we establish to ensure that anybody who's on the wait list that is elderly has tailored support from organizations that have committed to working with. It's like it's all about if you have special needs, if you're elderly, if you working with people who know and understand the types of support that you need and are committed to providing that, and ensuring that it's not just a general we work with anyone who comes to us, but we also have targeted outreach based on population commitments.
Absolutely. Well, I heard you heard her say she was volunteering, so and then there is, and I know we've talked a little bit about the different types of residents that we have, and these are kind of dated terms because they're HUD terms, and so you'll hear us say negative or minimum renters. And what that means is because of the way the calculations work, and if they live at a community that they are responsible for paying utilities, there is a utility allowance part of your rental income. And so when we put that in there may be times where they actually don't pay rent, that they receive a utility allowance from the organization to help pay their utility cost. And then even with the minimum renters, we do have that $50 minimum rent. That's for properties that they don't pay utilities, that we pay the full utilities. And the way the calculation is, it's calculated off of that $50, but they may not have income, but because of the way the policies and regulations are working. So that's where you hear. We know that this is a very, very unique cohort within our program, and so the staff, we talk a lot about how this impacts. Some of some of these families do have balances because prior to becoming into these categories, they did have balances owed. And so how do we address those? And so we're looking at that as part of like a second kind of how do we address these families knowing that today they don't have the ability. They have basically zero income.
So, question on that. I know that we cannot, this is federal debt. I know that we can't forgive it because it's money owed to the federal government. Do we have, and just to say, look, it's the idea that we have all these partners, and sometimes when we have citizens and people come up and say this group is doing this, and it almost sounds like it's, well, you're not doing this, so we're doing it. But what I'm hearing and what I hope I'm hearing is that these are more like our partners who are providing services that, whether it's culturally or there are language barriers or there are other relationships, that is a phenomenal way for us to be engaged with community-based groups. And it's sad that it's at a crisis that we're hearing from these partners, but these seem like essential partners in doing the work that we're doing, and that it just makes sense that we would have this extremely high level of coordination with them to provide that comprehensive service to our residents. Do we have partners who, in addition to doing that high-touch relationship work, are funding emergency dollars? I know that we're not the only public entity that's facing this challenge. CPS and SAWS have also been through, their boards have also had to make tough decisions about collections of arrears, but they have some funds that they can use in emergency situations. Do we have a pool of dollars that we can deploy in these cases?
I think we are looking at where some funds may be available. We have not come to a final conclusion if there is the possibility, because you're right, HUD says you can't forgive, but if we can get partners or some other sources, everything's a trade-off, right? And so how do we look at that? And is it going to be enough to make the full impact? And so I think that those are further conversations that we'll be having with the board as we get more information from some of the partners that we're working with. And next steps, obviously, we know that we gave those notices to residents. What the request is from staff today is really, letting the board know that we, even though they're out there, we are still working and we're trying to reprioritize and re-identify which families we, maybe have to, again, we're trying to do everything and anything to prevent the eviction, but we recognize that there may be some cases. And so what the request from the team is, let's look at those families and then start moving forward as needed. Again, we know that we do have some partners that are having some conversations, and so we want to be mindful of, before we move forward with any action, that we fully exhausted all of our resources up until that point that we have to go. And so that's really kind of the what the request and recommendation is from the team, is to kind of slow down a little bit, and then really just continue to focus on not just those 625, but all the residents that may have past due balances or are continuing to come up, making sure that the outreach from the staff is still happening, that we are notifying them about the repayment agreements, having the conversations about changes of income, and then on the heels, making sure that our partners that have approached us and may be willing to assist, we have all of that before we actually do those final notices to vacate. And so if there are no other questions about outstanding balances, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the wait list review to Richard.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is, as of June 1, the latest wait list numbers. We haven't looked at these since April. And so this is an overview of the change from May 1st to June 1st. And the general takeaways, we've seen an increase of just over 1,000 in unique applicants. So we're up to 115,311 across all the wait lists. The largest increase we saw in the family public housing wait lists, an increase of 1,384. The largest percentage increase of almost 5% was in the elderly mix public housing wait list. You also see some, the four lists at the bottom, that you see a decrease in small numbers and small percentages that offset the increases to some extent. But overall, we're still just over 1,000 more per month on average. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you just go through and where there's an abbreviation or an acronym, say what that stands for?
So the PBV is project-based voucher lists. MOD, I've learned that 3 times and forget it. What's MOD mean? But what does MOD mean? MOD is it modernization? Okay, modernization. Thank you, Leela. I needed that. Did I miss any? Is that?
Elderly mix, PH would be not exclusively elderly, but some elderly units in a public housing project, or?
It's the communities that are set aside, and sometimes we call them elderly disabled communities.
Okay, so that's the mixed piece, is that it's elderly and disabled.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on this?
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have a question? Nope. We're
well, I do have some. I'm going to go back to a budget question. I know we passed the budget, but security. Was there a big cut in the security line item of the budget, like for property security, how many times they go out and check the properties, like background checks, drug checks, stuff like that? Was there a big cut in that? Or?
No, this is just from memory. I have to look at some of the other slides from the other presentation, if you don't mind, and then I'll get back to you.
You can get back to me on that.
But I think budget to budget, it actually increased.
Okay, for security.
I'll look at.
Okay,
I'll get
thank you.
Thanks.
Did you have a question on maintenance or no? Oh, just budget. Oh, okay. There are no motions with that one, so there's no updates on the rest. We'll do the president's report.
So just a few highlights from the recent past. We had our Mother's Day celebration in the park adjacent to the building here, and more than 200 mothers and mother figures were here celebrating Mother's Day. This was International Audit Month, and the internal department, audit department, visited property staff, and they also had goodie bags for all of us. The Fiesta fundraising was very successful. I want to thank the employees. We had over 50 volunteers across the 3 events, and we raised nearly $80,000 for resident services. Most of the commissioners were present for Congressman Cassar's press conference, where he announced the award of $3 million in earmarks to the West Side. 850,000 of that went to Alazan's expansion. We have a assistant director, Victoria Phoebus, that has been accepted into the 2024 San Antonio Apartment Association leadership program. And then I'm not sure the board has heard about this, but we received an award under the EPA funding we were an applicant in the $250 million application submitted by Texas Solar for All coalition, and our portion we believe is going to be in the $25 to $30 million range. It's a very significant award of grant money that will be used for greening and reducing energy costs at our public housing and beacon facilities. It's interesting that we believe it's one of the largest awards in the nation. We've named Eric Sladek as the Director of Finance and Accounting, reporting to Diana. You remember Eric presented the previous audit at the previous meeting, and we had a very clean audit. We had a meet and greet with the San Antonio Apartment Association. Thank you, commissioners, for attending that. Some commissioners attended the FADA annual conference it was this month, last week, in New Orleans. We participated in a District 5 housing resource fair along with some of our partners to do outreach at Cassiano and all of District 5 residents that received NTVs. We celebrated Opportunity Home Family Night at the Doceum with families from Alazan Apache Courts, Lincoln, and Springview Apartments. And Catullus has announced the home builders for Victoria Commons, and you may, if you drive by there, you'll see that some of the construction is underway. Mm-hmm. We had the Vista at Reed groundbreaking, and I want to mention that the upcoming weekend we have the San Antonio Fatherhood Campaign. We'll host the annual Father's Day event here in our park, so commissioners are welcome to attend that. That concludes the president's report for this month.
Okay. We have
Can I
two.
give you the
Oh, do you
protective
get the information?
services?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
do you wanna go
the
back?
budget
Sure.
went from 1.7 for the current fiscal year to 2.9 for next fiscal year. For public housing alone, it went up from $900,000 to almost $2 million budgeted. Okay.
We have our two PFCs that we need to run through. So we will, guess what's the term? Suspend the recess. Thank you. Recess is fun. We'll reset. Do we need to do a roll call? Any of that? Okay. So I'll go ahead and call. I'll call that meeting into order. The Las Fadas Public Facility Corporation meeting. The Board of Directors or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The Board or committee reserves a right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Do we have any citizens to be heard signed up for this one? With none signed up to be heard, we've got one minutes to approve the March 27th Las Fadas Public Facility Corporation meeting minutes.
I make a motion.
Okay, we got a motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. We have 3 consent items, 4, 5, and 6. I'll take a motion.
I make a motion to approve consent items 4, 5, and 6.
We have a motion and a second. A first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll adjourn the Las Fadas Public Facility Corporation. We'll go to the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting. We are all still present. I'll call the meeting to order. Do we have any citizens to be heard? No. We have the minutes of the March 27th San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting.
So move.
Well, first, a second. We have a first and a second on the meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Those minutes are approved. And we have 2 consent items for the San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation meeting, 4 and 5. Can I have a motion?
Moved.
Second?
Second.
Well, first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Those 2 consent items are approved. I will adjourn that meeting. We'll go back to the regular board meeting, which,
Yes, sir.
that's it.
The board will be convening in closed session to discuss real estate and consult with its attorney under sections 551.072 and 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding the Alazan disposition and expansion project and real estate and development updates. The board will also be discussing personnel and consulting with its attorney under sections 551.074 and 551.071 of the Texas Government Code regarding the compensation review for the president, CEO, and executive leadership team, and regarding the President and CEO's performance goals and appraisal for 2024-2025 and contract. The time is 3 p.m.
Okay, let's go ahead and pull this back in.
Yes, why don't you?
The board has returned from closed session and will be conducting commissioner roll call. Chair Gabriel Lopez.
Here.
Commissioner Dalia Contreras.
Here.
Commissioner Janet Garcia.
Present.
Vice Chair Gilbert Casillas.
Present.
Commissioner Estrellita Garcia Diaz.
Here.
Commissioner Leila Powell.
Here.
Doug Pontick, Board of Commissioners Attorney.
I'm here.
And President and CEO Ed Hinojosa Jr. The time is 6:11. You may return from recess.
Okay, as part of closed session, we have a motion.
I move that the board exercise its right under the CEO's contract to terminate the CEO's contract for convenience, effective immediately, and to authorize the chair to execute any documents in support thereof.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a second motion. I move that the board appoint Michael Reyes to serve as acting CEO effective immediately, and that the board's officers be authorized to negotiate additional compensation commensurate with this appointment. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? With the new appointment, it is not lost on this board of the magnitude of this change, but we believe it is needed to propel the organization into the future. We ask the acting president and CEO to take immediate bold action to safeguard our families and to find creative solutions to the challenges this organization is facing. We know we have the most dedicated team working in this organization. We know our residents are full of promise. We are confident and committed about the future of Opportunity Home. With that, I will accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned.